Good morning. Just doing a mic check. Everything seems to be working. Good morning, welcome back. Today is the 30th of July 2026. I'm going to go through my pre-market prep. Before I start, let's look see what news could move the market. 8:30 we had core PCE. I don't have my news indicator running, so I'm just looking at another source at the moment until I fix that. I've been coding and I've just broken the display on my window, so I've just got it running on my trading view at the moment. Today's the 30th. There's not much happening. Low volatility news later on, so everything happened at 8:30. And what happened at 8:30 today? Not a great deal. Indecision. So yeah, I haven't really done much. Okay, so I'm going to go straight into it. Good morning, Craig. Just looking at your comments. Blue account yesterday because I got mad and traded 2 minis. Got a new eval today. Yeah, it's tough. You need to sort out your what's the word? Your strategy and your mental toughness side of it, because obviously you can't keep blowing accounts. I actually hit one of my trading drawdowns yesterday as well, which is a bit annoying. And I was going to come back for FOMC trading, and I bought 4 accounts to do my news pass, and I totally forgot. To be fair, when I switch off from the market, I switch off from the market. I came back later on that evening and saw a massive big green bar and massive big red bar. But that's really good news. FOMC yesterday is really great news, because that's the big green. Look at this big red bar, and what has it done? It's actually taken out support. So let's just go to our daily. We've been looking for a reaction. Remember I said yesterday we want FOMC or news. It's kind of just been grinding in this little range for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days at the time. You could say it's been grinding this range for almost 2 months. And finally, we've taken out support. Major area of support. We're kind of sitting there. We are at the bottom of that box I drew, but what I was really looking at is area of confidence. And what's below? Nothing. We've got a small volume void. We have a little bit of volume in this area here, so that could be a natural target, 7150 or 7100. And then we've got this major daily psychological area. Zooming out, you can see where it is right on the top of this area. This is a big area, so this is a good area to keep an eye on. Look at the volume shelf and look at the volume in that area as well. So that is an area to watch if we're going to drift down to that area. Obviously, we still have this pivot where we bounced 3 days in a row there and we held it back here. And what is that level? That is around 7250, 7200. So keep an eye on that zone as well. Looking at volume, we have a big red bar on high volume. We can ignore volume because FOMC day, so maybe it's not really doesn't really show me what really going on. We had higher increased volume on those red days. We had a lower, slightly lower volume on that indecision green day. Notice a lower volume green, where it's a solid green candle previously. And this head and shoulders pattern, left shoulder, head, right, or this double-headed head and shoulders pattern. And this is the right shoulder here, maybe. It's just starting to play out now. So I am potentially looking for a swing. The only thing that does put me off is looking at NQ. NQ's been significantly weaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days down in a row. Is that ending volume? RSI is down in the oversold area as well. So maybe we're going to see a bit of a pullback. Maybe this is the pullback we're seeing. We're not quite at support yet. But you know, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the market, see what happens. If ES starts showing some weakness, then I'm going to be looking for some sort of swing short, at least into this next daily support area. But right now, we are breaking this neckline, and we're coming back up to retest it. You could also draw in your right shoulder trend line right through there, and maybe we can use this as a potential retest area for a short. But I like what I'm seeing at the moment. We needed that catalyst yesterday just to move the market a little bit. It was getting a little bit boring and a little bit static inside that zone. Dropping down to the, let's go to the weekly first. We're near the end of the week. And you can see clearly where we are. We're kind of seeing weakness. We've got 2 days left, and let's see where that volume ends on Friday tomorrow. Are we going to end on higher volume? But we do have declining red volume on the weekly at the moment. Dropping down to the hourly time frame, let's come up with some levels for today. If you're on the premium Discord, you see I've already put some levels in already. For me, I'm going to be keeping an eye on a rejection. There's two areas I like. Firstly, we've got this 7400 area, exactly where we are right now in the pre-market. If we break this hourly uptrend, or this hourly push up, and we have decrease in selling and decrease in buyers and increase in sellers, I'm looking for a break of that trend line short back down into this pre-market low, yesterday's low area. If we break out over pre-market high, I'm looking for a long only above 7400 into this zone here, 7450. Massive volume shelf, big area of confidence, and this will probably complete the break and retest of that neckline. Other areas I like the bounce down here, pre-market low, yesterday's low, 73.40 down to 73.50 area. This zone here, I like to see a reaction. If we lose that area, I'm looking for a break and retest short. If we hold that area, I'm looking for a bounce. With regards to opening range breakouts, a breakout over pre-market high long into that 4500 might be a move, and then I'll only consider a breakdown underneath this pre-market low. I want to see it take out pre-market low, yesterday's low, come back and retest, and maybe a break and retest. We are smack bang inside yesterday's range, which makes it a difficult trading day already. Had we opened up below here, I would have been quite excited with potential shorts, going with the trend. Had we opened up here, I would have been interested for the break of this market structure, but we're still holding it. Let's extend this trend line now. Look how we kind of come back into it as well. I'm going to hold it there, just hold it down into there. Just a rough area where we could be going. If we pull back into that 74.50, we could be, maybe today or tomorrow, could be actually testing that trend line again. Notice how we tested it once, twice, 3 times there, 4 times, 5, 6, 7 times. Remember, it's a zone, not a line. And so maybe we could see it retest back again. So keep an eye on that trend line area, 74.50, for potential rejection back down. I think that's it really. We are still inside this horrible stage 3. So we're not getting too excited with that big red bar yesterday. We did have big volume, nowhere near as much volume as these previous days when we broke out through that structured area. For me, I'm looking for the break and retest back into that zone for the short. That would be my swing play I'll be looking for. And then look at that lack of volume until we get back down to that area, and then the big volume down here. So I do like it if we can find a short, but we are still sitting inside this stage 3 area. And I know I talk about it in every most sessions. We got our stages. This is stage 1. That's an inverse head and shoulders where buyers just accumulating a few contracts. Then we have stage 1. Then we have stage 2 where buyers are putting in high, where market's doing higher highs, higher lows. And then we have stage 3 where it's like this. It's horrible, whippy. We have big moves up, big moves down. We're testing this region. We're retesting until eventually we head into a stage 4, which is this sell-off. Usually it's a bit steeper than the buying, but we've had a really steep buying. Might be why we might have a longer stage 3 and then a gentler stage 4 decline. Or we could go back into a stage 2 where we break back out and normal service resumes. But knowing the market stages, doesn't matter if you're on the daily, the hourly, the 5-minute or the 10 range, just gives you an idea of where we could be. So that's why I like looking at these market stages. I think that's pretty much ES covered. If I have any other levels, I'll let you know. SPY next is pretty much doing the same thing as ES. So pretty much same structure, same area. If we're holding that trend line, wrong button. If we're holding this trend line down there, let's look for a reaction on a pullback. We've already got 737 marked up for a potential area, big area of confidence there. Otherwise, a breakdown under pre-market low into this volume void. Look at this lovely volume void. There's not much going on in this area apart from that little zone there. Do have a few pivots, might have a little hiccup here and there, but let's keep an eye on the short. SPX, again, I only use this as for confirmation. We do have 7,300 below. Look at that area, and we come almost into it yesterday. So we are opening inside yesterday's range. So this is yesterday's range here. We'll probably be around it. If we do, keep an eye on 7,400 above. That is a potential rejection zone. Unless we're above it, then we can look for a bounce off that area. Keep an eye on 7,200 below. That's a potential bounce area. And then we've got these little areas of confluence where there's pivots, 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 etc. And that happens to be major levels anyway. NASDAQ next. Green on the day. ES is slightly green. This is more 1.7% green. Considering it's a big sell-off yesterday. We're smack bang inside yesterday's range. We are kind of on that 50 moving average. We just closed above it on the last hour. So let's see where we end today. For me, I'm not interested in going long into this 28,000 area. Massive big volume shelf, big area confluence. If we break over, look for a break and retest long. That'll be breaking this downtrend. Otherwise, we are due a pullback. Remember I said that earlier. The RSI on the daily is pretty low as well. Otherwise, if we break this hourly trend, maybe watch for a reaction of 28,000. For the short, we got 27,300 pre-market low. Yesterday's low area to keep an eye on as well. If we break through that, I like it. Trend continuation down. That's pretty much it with ES. With NASDAQ. QQQ is right on that 50 moving average. Keep an eye on that. Let's just draw this trend line. We can see clearly where we are. Look for reaction off that trend line. Otherwise, a break over pre-market high. If we get back down to that 664, 660 area where we came yesterday, keep an eye on that area for a bounce. Excuse me. Oil next, down on the day. Not much of a reaction yesterday. FOMC, so it's remaining pretty neutral. There is a slight inverse head and shoulders pattern, not highly defined. So for me, I like a break over 85, 86 long into that 89 area. Otherwise, we might be just kind of putting in a bit of a curving around a bit. Look for a break under pre-market low. They're the only areas I like on oil. Gold is green, 2.3%. Big reaction yesterday. Also an equally big negative reaction. For me, we're holding this zone still. So anything over, remember I said if we get over this pivot, I like it long. And this is a really good, despite what happened in FMC, we see all of the positivity on this gold. So I think this might be a bottom. 4,000, we retested it again yesterday. Notice when I said let's keep an eye on the retest of this trend line. This trend line's been in place for months and months. We've been holding it, holding it, holding it. We lost it, we retested it. Then we broke over this first pivot. Came back out yesterday. I'm sorry. Then we broke over this first pivot here, and then we came back, put in a slight pullback, and then we're retesting 4,000. Remember I said keep an eye on 4,000 for a bounce. How about that? So this is the confirmation we want now. So I'm interested in gold long. If we can break out over this area, I'm probably going to look for a small position today long. 141.35 long, probably for a long-term hold or maybe a swing play. But I like the fact we are kind of putting in this bottom, a double, treble bottom here, or an head and shoulders pattern. Our neckline's not quite defined, but if it is, it would be around this area. So over pre-market high, finally breaking this area. It looks good for a long. RTY, we're coming into this area we could see a bit of a natural reaction to. Big areas of bottom tail and liquidity. 29.50, watch for a rejection. We're still in this downtrend, so I do like this as a break and retest area. If we lose this hourly uptrend, look for a break under that area as well. So we've got two areas to watch. Potential bounce at 29.10. We've obviously got 2,900 below. Look where we bounced yesterday, smack bang onto it. Keep an eye on that again today. YM is retesting previous areas of confluence. So let's see what happens today. I like it only below pre-market low. Yesterday's low really. Maybe a reaction off of that area of confluence 52,000. So short under 52. And then keep an eye on 50,000 and 50,800, this area of confidence, big volume shelf, and we've got the 50,000 below as well to watch. And then finally Bitcoin, also green on the day, potentially putting in a bottom here, but we've been kind of hovering around for some time. What do I like? Not a big fan. Got our trend line there, we've got this trend line there. Are we kind of tightening up? Let's see what happens. We're right on this point of control on this volume shelf. 64,000 is that key area. Break and retest long over pre-market high to retest 67. If we can get back down to 64, watch for a potential bounce, or break and retest short, breaking, get rid of my scribbling, breaking yesterday's low, pre-market low. I like that short. And that is pretty much it. That is everything. Let's go into order flow. How are we doing for time? 15 minutes. Look at that, we're well on track. I've got a slightly different layout today. Let me know what you think. It's only experimental at the moment. I feel a little bit naked without my normal chart setups, but I realise I've got the hourly chart on my trading view, which I just went through, so I don't really need an hourly chart. I know I've got it open here as well. 5-minute chart is really the one I look at. Got my level 2 time and sales. Oh, time and sales I've not got. I'll just remove that for now because I was having issues with platform. I've reported a few bugs to NinjaTrader, and I noticed today there was a new update, so I've updated my NinjaTrader platform today as well. So hopefully, I couldn't really work out what the bugs fixed were. There's a small list they gave, but hopefully they fixed some issues. There was an issue of it shutting down as well, and I noticed that issue as well. When you went to close NinjaTrader, it just hung and stayed open, and I did notice that, so that's now been fixed. So, you know, I've always loved being an early adopter of software when new updates come out, and sometimes it's to my disadvantage because you should really wait a few months for it to be stable. So I recommend that to most people. I never had many issues on the older versions of NinjaTrader, just the latest versions, but you know, they're pretty proactive. I've got 4 brand new accounts I bought for FMC yesterday, which I was expecting to pass to, and I forgot. I didn't even realise it was happening. I looked at my clock. It's like almost 10 PM. I was doing stuff, got busy, so I've got 4 new accounts to trade today. So I'll probably just trade them only on my sim, and I'll copy them over. So they're legacy accounts as well. So I want to keep hold of these while they're still available. So that means they renew every month, and the legacy gives you some better payouts as well. I've not been paid on their new accounts yet. I've only ever been paid on their legacies. So I'm working on the new accounts. Like I said, slightly harder, I think. Well, I don't say slightly harder. I think they limit you to $1,000 loss per day, which is a good thing. And then and I have on my evals, I have it set for 1R. Is set for about $550. So if I lose 2R, it automatically stops me from trading anyway, which is a good thing. That gives me basically 6 losing trades in a row. I generally don't have 6 in a row, but I have done over the last few days. I've blown a few of those accounts as well. Some of the evals, that is. I've blown a couple of my paid accounts last week before as well. So it's been a really hard market, really hard. But that's part of prop trading. That's, you know, that's part of my strategy when I'm trading these prop firms. I have slightly higher risk on the evals, and I lower my risk on the paid accounts. So by design, because I'm not happy to blow accounts, but my evals, especially my legacy, if they blow, then they renew the following month, and I want to keep them. But when it's a tough market like this, trading prop firms, I think, is great because you're not losing your own money. You're trading other people's. Well, you're not even trading their money. It's a demo account with potential to make money out of them. That's why I think the prop firms are great. Let me enable my strategy, my buy buttons. Market is not open for another 10 minutes. So I have not got my comments open. So what I'll be doing today to keep an eye on system lag, I built into this footprint code, because this footprint analyzes and reads every single tick coming in. I put in that little green bar at the top and bottom. It lets me know whether there's delay on the platform. So that's why I did that for debugging. And I think level 2, the NinjaTrader's own level 2 was crashing a lot yesterday. Give me 2 seconds. Hit the wrong button, sorry about that. While I'm here, let me just compile the latest code. I'm just compiling the latest. Whenever there's a new version, I like to recompile my indicators. These are all my custom indicators. All these ones here, these ones I designed. Footprint Pro. I've got a trade copy as well. I've kind of built. I found someone's online. I kind of adopted it. ORB, news events, large orders, key level pros. Key levels are these levels you see. Yesterday's high, pre-market high, ORBs. Filtered level 2, that's what you're seeing on the right at the moment. I've just got a new version of that actually. Footprint Pro is what you see on the bottom screen. Key level pro, what you're seeing up there. I've not enabled divergence. I'm going to leave divergence up. I've got it on the other stream at the moment. So if you want divergences, just tune in, have the other stream running in another window, another monitor somewhere. ATR range, cumulative delta and stuff like that. So just want to refresh. And remove them off of here. On that one, yeah, just want to refresh it. So let me just make sure my Footprint Pros are running really well as well. So it's definitely an issue in NinjaTrader. You see how quick it loaded the footprints before. It would take a bit of a while, to a couple about 10 seconds or so. Copy of that. Back to live streaming. Good morning, Sunny. Welcome back. Appreciate you tuning in. So I've got my filter level tool to show any orders over 100, so we can see them in the on the order book. I'm just updating some code. So market opens in 5 minutes. So Craig says I have to get better. Over 2 years and 11k spent on evals. Well, I'm not even thinking how much I spent on evals. Probably not too dissimilar. Something I might work out. I was spending about $800 a month up until about 5-6 months ago when I realised I kind of slowed down. I converted paid accounts, but it's all down to mindset. What I would do, go to your Rhythmic dashboard, your Rhythmic Trader Pro, and set it to stop you trading after, say, losing $250, and that'll make you walk away. That's the first thing I would do. And then choose, like, I don't know what time you said you blew your 2 minis yesterday, but just choose a time to trade as well. Me, I trade the first hour of the market, maybe the first 2 hours maximum. I was originally trading from 3 AM Eastern time, which was 8 AM UK time, all the way through till 9 PM my time, which is 5 PM Eastern time. That's a long day, and that was really hard. So Craig, there you go, that's exactly it. So you blew it in a lunch session. I usually only do the AM session. So so as a goal for next week, set your sessions only to trade only in the morning. So just say, well, I'm doing 9:30 or 9 AM because you need time to prep, 9 AM through to 11 AM, 2 hours only, and that's all. And just walk away, and you need to get into the habit of doing that. So it's really hard. Even if you see a trade set up later, don't even go back to it and say, oh, I regret not taking that. You know, having a set time. You know, you don't want to be a slave to the market. You know, you don't want to be trading around you trade the market. Let the market work for you. So I don't know where you are in the world, but if you're in the UK, that's literally, you have your lunch. For me, I have my lunch, and then I go for my lunch. Then I sit down and I just literally sit outside in the sun for a bit. Today I sat in the sun for a bit, and then relax. That's kind of my routine. And then I come in here after, like, 20 minutes before I go on live. So this is about 1:30, 20 to 2. I then just open up my platforms. I just finalize any last emails and stuff I want to just get out of the way. And then I look at I do my pre-market prep for my Discord, put my levels up. Usually, I don't always. You know, yesterday I forgot because I was running late. Probably reflected my training yesterday as well. And then I go live, and it's just a routine I have every single day. So and then as you see, I'm normally done by about 10:15 AM Eastern time. That's 3:15, and there's 2 reasons for that. It's because my children come home from school for about that time, so that means I can then switch from this to being the dad, and also means I'm not going to be a slave to the market. I won't be anymore. I'd rather miss amazing setups. And that's why I'm not too fussed about FOMC yesterday missing. I could have easily converted at least 2 of my evals into paid accounts yesterday, and I even looked at the 1 minute chart at 2 PM, and it would have been a straight out pass because it didn't have any from what I could see, there was no whipping around. It just went straight in green. So but I don't care. I don't really care about that. Now, if I miss a trade, so what? But I just trade maximum 2 hours. If I trade more than 2 hours, then I'm exhausted. And bear in mind, in the UK, it's already in the afternoon, so I've already put in a day's work before we got there. Right, market is about to open in just a few seconds. It's now open, and we just put in a new pre-market high as well. So I like the long over this area. Interesting. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. Interesting. I got a lag straight away with just a clean chart. So let's get rid of my large orders, my filtered orders. This is why I had it open. Why I've just simplified my layout slightly. Let's see how that does, and then I might just have to clean some indicators. I've got loads of indicators running in the background. I see your comments, Sonny. I'll reply back to that in a few secs. Just in case it's one of the old indicators I've got running as well. Okay, green again since I've removed my filtered. Let's leave that for now. Right, so we've just put in a double top at pre-market high and rejected. We've got, I'm looking at my other, we've got a massive aggressive buying coming in on Delta at the moment. So if we're looking for a cumulative Delta breakout, we want to see the 2 minute break out long. We're putting in an uptrend on the 2 minute. You can see it clearly here on this hourly. Let's change that down to a 2 minute. Let's also add Delta. Delta Divergence Pro. Here we go. So you can see the Delta here as well. So at the moment, there's no trades, nothing for me. I'm not interested. Put the order flows on as well. I subscribe to the order flow, so I get order flow cumulative Delta. Not good when you're configuring charts on the open. Just get rid of my order for now because I just want to rule out. Here we go. So this is the order flows one. So we've got Delta top right corner now. I've got 5 minutes top left corner. I've got footprints down at the bottom. Let me know if you like this new layout or not. I won't be offended if you say no. I like simplifying things. So we're putting in a little bit of a top here. We're breaking the 5 minute trend and we're breaking that 2 minute trend. And let's have a look, see what footprints are doing. Aggressive selling coming in right now, lack of buyers. Look at this, we had only a few green Deltas. And I'll say lack of buyers, and then suddenly buyers come in. Big buyer there, big buyer there. So price is selling. So nothing at the moment. There's nothing which convinced me. So one way I'm looking at the comments. Hey Paul, since you can code, how hard would it be for you to show large orders on the chart like Bookmap? Funny thing you say that. I do. I've already got that in there. I don't know if you've ever seen that. I got the red. Oh, you mean like Bookmap? So like a histogram on the chart. Something I could see. I can think about that. Yeah, I've been toying the idea of a Bookmap equivalent, to be honest. Let me go back down into depth map. I know they've got something similar on order flows. Let's just try these for a second. So this is the order flows version of it there. Not quite as good as Bookmap. You can see it shows you areas on the right. And then John Jungle says, I like seeing depth of market, watching the green and red market orders print. Yeah, so when you say depth of market, you like seeing that on my screen, is that, or you got something set up on yours? So I've just kind of changed my layout slightly because I'm just doing some debugging. And it's nothing like debugging it when the market's gone mental, and it's holding up pretty much. It did lag earlier when I had my level 2 running, so I got rid of that for a second. Look, it's lagging now. Could even be rhythmic. Back to green. Okay, so on my screen, okay. So you mean the large orders? Is that the little indicator I had in the middle which shows you where the large orders are sitting on the bid and the ask? Which I do intend to bring back again. It's just that I'm trying to work out whether it's my platform, whether it's my data. Yes, on my screen. Okay. Yeah, well, I will bring that back because I rely on that as part of what my strategy, watching where large orders are. So there's nothing at the moment, no trades. We're sitting here inside that hourly range. Nasdaq's not doing much. SPX, where is that right now? Coming into 7,400. Remember, I said keep an eye on 7,400 above. Potentially that's a area we might see a reaction. You mean this window here, is that right? I can leave that there for now. Where should I put it? I'll leave it down here, bottom right corner. It's set for anything over 200. Large orders, let's change that to anything over 100. No big orders at all. We're sitting smack bang inside that first 5-minute candle as well, and nothing really exciting happening at all. Look at this. How hard is this? Up, down, up, down, up, down. We've got delta flips. Kind of would have worked. Big aggressive selling coming in now. First selling delta. Price breaking the 2-minute. Look at this, big aggressive selling now. I like this for a short. I'm going to be looking for a short around here. I'm going to go short now. Breaking the low. Selling delta. Lack of buyers coming in. That's why I liked it short. Because we had decreasing delta candles coming in. So we know, there you go. I just got whipped out at my 10 tick stop. Still like it's short, negative 18. We've got a small positive delta now. I might look to add if I'm green. I won't add when I'm red. So I've got my 20 tick as a target. If we get to 20 ticks, I will. It's struggling. Look at that, aggressive sellers coming in right now. We can see that. That's why I still like it short. I'm just watching this. This is my first target, 73.39. Oh, 74. Oh, do you know what? I just broke one of my rules, didn't I? I went short into 7,400. I wasn't watching the price. I was just watching the deltas. So let's see if we break down. If we lose 7,400, then I'm happy to stay in it. But it's not. Probably just broken my rule and it's going to stop me out. This is a bounce area, by the way. And they're going stops out. So that's a bad trade because I jumped in, I was watching, I saw the aggressive sellers coming in and I saw the lack of buyers and I saw the aggressive delta and I watched the delta come in, but I didn't look, I forgot to look at where we were. So 7,400. I will go short again if we get below 7,400, but that's it. So bad trade. That's a good example. That's a good example of a bad trade. You know, we knew the rules, I had my rules in place. I said earlier, longs over 74, shorts below it. And I broke my rule. So this could be a bottom here as well. But look at this, buying delta flip. So I'm happy to flip. Lack of sellers down here. Yeah, I'd like that. Oh, do you know what? I missed it. I was going to go long at 74.07, but it's too late now. I'm not going to chase because it's like an inverse head and shoulders pattern. That's why I liked it. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I like buying the right shoulder. I'll wait for the retest. That would have worked. And that's just me getting, was it hung up on the fact I just broke my entry rule. Never go long into a key level or psychological number or short into it. So you've got buying imbalances, got green delta coming in. I do like the long here over pre-market high, possibly taking out pre-market opening range high as well. I'm going to look for a long now. I'm now long over pre-market high. That should have been. Just a quick scalp long. Are we going to make it, or are we just going to sit there? No. It's my 10 tick. I'm going to get out early, I think. If we break these buying imbalances, then it's going to be breaking. These buying imbalances are kind of my resistance area. Here we go, breaking out. Nasdaq's looking strong, by the way. Here you go, it looks good now. You can see that add-in back in. I'm trying to add ads back into my play when I'm green. So I'm going to add now. Okay, so I've just taken out one. I've got one contract. I just took two off there. I meant to take one off. I'm now at break even as well. So this has turned into a good trade. So my break even is right on this pivot, which is not a bad area to be. Let me just zoom in a bit. I've got too much screen space now on these footprints. You can see everything as much. I think I'm not sure if I like it or not. You can see too much. Okay, so are we going to get a follow through? Do you know what? I'm going to close it here. Negative delta, but a delta imbalance, a delta flip as well. So that's a green trade on that one. I just got out near the break even. The ideal entry was there on that reversal. So we got in for a little bit of a scalp. We got in. Where do we get in? On the break of that red candle instead. We waited for the break, a slight break and retest. It didn't really retest the neckline, but it retested this pivot area with lack of follow through. That's why I liked it long. Not a great positive doubt on the red candle. Still looks good to long. come back to that. Nasdaq's definitely shown. Do you remember earlier I said we might see some sort of bounce on Nasdaq as it's so oversold? And look at that, look at the bounce it's given right now. So looking at sectors, Dow Jones is kind of indecision. Same for the Russell. Bitcoin looks like it wants to break out. Looks good for a long right now, over 65. Gold, top in tail, tried to break out, couldn't quite get over that 150, 41.58. Oil, big red candle, kind of looks like it probably doesn't want to do much. And SPX is smack bang inside just, it's coming into that 7,400 area. So just be wary. 7,400 right now on SPX. Might see a bit of a reaction just at this point. Maybe I shouldn't have got out a bit too early, but anyway, looking good. I said I liked it for a long. It's just seeing this reversal down here, that's what convinced me. So SPX, it's just rejected that 7,400. We see a little red candle and ES here as well. Big positive down to a negative candle and a red delta. So ORB's in, by the way, formed by one candle. So is it a great ORB? I'm not sure. But this is the breaking candle right now, if it is. So the low of the ORB is 7,400 basically, bar one tick. The high, 74.21. The midpoint, 74.10. We've got a minute to go. We might be putting in more volume here. Lots of sellers, lots of buyers up here. Big buying bubble. So if we have no follow through, then that's sellers absorbing all those buyers up there. Ten seconds, unlikely we're going to be breaking volume. Look at that. Nice grind up there. So not an official breaking bar for ORB because the volume is not greater than the previous bar's volume. SPX is still sitting at 73, just under 7,400. So SPX really needs to go above it as well. Nasdaq is about to hit yesterday's high. How about that for a turnaround? Can we find a scalp? Do I like it long? Lack of buyers up here at the moment. Plus 41, plus 61, negative delta here. SPX has broken 7,400. Let's see whether it holds that area or rejects. something's happened just here right now. Big movement. Is that news coming in? So we're just reacting up there. Big aggressive selling up here as well. You see a massive big negative deltas. Not much buying on the asks, or the higher the asks. So obviously something happened in this area. NASDAQ rejected yesterday's high, by the way. And S&P 500 rejected yesterday's orb low. You know, that's a 15-minute orb it came into. So even the previous day's orbs can be areas of interest. Here we go. We're retesting these previous pivots. And then no volume coming in. Lack of volume from buyers. So I've taken one loss and one win today. Not really exciting market, really hard. And that long over here, I got out way too early. In fact, I think I was tagged out at break even when it pulled back actually. That's the problem when you're inside a previous day and you're holding tight stops, and it just continued running. So that was a good. The idea was right, the trade was right as well, but my strategy is not quite suited for this type of market at the moment. I'm going away next week, so I'm gonna have a think about my scalping strategy. Just wondering whether I can give myself maybe trade 2 contracts instead of 3 contracts, but have a slightly bigger stop. I don't want to lose more than $500 per trade. So that's kind of my risk. So I'm gonna work something out. And maybe change it so when back in trending markets I can revert back to the tighter stops and 3 contracts, because having 3 contracts gives me more flexibility. You know, you've seen I've got the quick profit, and then I've got the 20 tick profit, and I have the runner as well. That's what I like. When you hit the runner, that's a decent day. So just confirm there was no ORB trade today because the volume wasn't greater on the breaking candle than the previous candle, and that was a big candle, the previous candle, and the volume was nowhere near that as well. A big indecision candle on it, sorry. Top and tail, remember I said that big buying bubble? That was sellers absorbing buyers up there. And then indecision, now green. So what I'm looking for a reversal is absorption. So if the price is putting in high highs, high lows, and we've got green candles, and if it's coming into a key area, so for that I use my pre-market analysis, 1 hour ES. I use my pre-market analysis. So this is, remember I said in the pre-market I like 2 plays. I like the breakout over pre-market high over 7400 long, and then see it grind up into that 7450. That's a reaction point there. I'm waiting for a rejection there. So I kind of did take that. In fact, I made a mistake. I went short into 7400. It was a stupid entry. But I'll journal that later, and I'll make sure I don't. Well, I won't make sure I won't do it again, but I'll make sure I'll be more wary of price where we are, because I was trying to go short into psychological number. Look how we kind of honoured it. That's why I said don't go short into it. But this is a reaction point where we are right now, 7450, massive big volume shelf in this zone, exactly where we are, this zone. So I'm looking for a rejection in this area. So that's why I like using the hourly chart for my analysis. You can clearly see where key levels are. Yeah, so it's going sideways now. Negative delta, small green deltas. There's no signs of buying or selling around these areas. So anyway, I was talking about absorption. So what I'm looking for, as price pushes up into a key level area, hence why I showed you my hourly, I'm looking for lack of buyers coming into that area. I want to see a turnaround. I want to see aggressive buying coming into it, and then buyers declining. So similar to what we're seeing here, we've only got like plus 66 delta, plus 71, and then we've got a big red candle with buyers coming in. Sellers absorbed all these buyers up here. That's absorption. This is an absorption candle. This is an absorption candle as well. We've got positive delta of 222, so we've got more aggressive buyers on a red candle, but it's a red candle, so this sellers absorbed all those buyers and then drove the price down. So this is a good example of buyers. I think I was speaking to somebody today, I've forgotten your name, I'm rubbish with names, on the WAP, and you asked about a one-to-one session looking at absorption, but this is a good example of absorption, what we're seeing right now. Just say a quick hello if you're still on here, but if you are, then absorption, this is absorption, exactly that. Big red candle, you can look for it on the footprint chart on these orange candle, on these orange square boxes. So it's telling me that we had a delta divergence, a red candle, so buyers pushed up, massive positive delta there, positive delta on this candle, but sellers absorbed all that buying pressure. They did it here as well. They did it here as well. And then we're kind of in this area now. We're not able to get over this area. Bottom tail candle, negative delta. So again, not an ideal sign. We want to see positive deltas on green candles. We look for a long. And here we go, we're breaking out. So what was that key level I said watch for? It was that point of control, wasn't it? Around 74.50. So negative delta here. Oh, sorry, a negative delta on an indecision top and tail candle. Nasdaq's broken yesterday's high now. Got a delta flip down here as well. Pullback. Lack of sellers, buyers take control. This could be just a resting area, and then we're resuming that trend. Oh, so Claude, thank you. It was yourself I was speaking to, yeah. So hopefully that made sense about the absorption. And here we go. This is a failed attempt of sellers absorbing, because the sellers were trying to absorb all the buyers. And I'm not saying failed, but we broke out here. By what we're looking for is who's in control. Are sellers in control or buyers? This is neutral here. If sellers were absorbing all this buying pressure, then buyers would have eventually run out. But look at this volume coming in here. Lots of volume coming in. We had a buyer delta flip as well. and then buyers just push the price back up again. So there's more buyers. The buyers are in control at the moment. Sellers are trying to absorb all this area unsuccessfully. But we are coming into that area of confluence again, which I'm going to put on my screen. This area here, volume shelf, big area of confluence there. So for me, I'm not going to go long into that area. It's too risky of a long. I'm looking for a short but with confirmation. So that could be like an head and shoulders pattern, a double top. Lack of buyers coming in. So here we go, the example. Maybe this is the first sign, the first crack. A big selling candle, negative delta, a small negative delta on a green candle. So maybe we might see a bit of a reversal coming up. This is the first warning signs. Could be just a liquidity sweep as well. You know, everybody getting excited about the breakout here. The market breaks out and pulls back down again. Craig says down 600, so walk away now. So I'm just restarting my Apex. So we've seen that reaction I spoke about earlier at that area as well. Here we go. So we had, remember I said we were looking for cracks at the top, negative delta, big positive delta with no follow through. We had a big red candle afterwards, lack of buyers, a delta flip, a double top, another delta, another absorption there. So big buying candle came in, but sellers are kind of on that green candle, and then we sold off. So seeing signs of crack. I do like the short round here. I remember I'm looking for the entry. So I'm going to find the entry now. The reason I like it short is we weren't able to put in a new top. Oh, wow. What just happened here? Did some data just come in? I'll just say the reason I like it short, I'm going to try again, is because we've got a right shoulder forming, lack of buyers, a delta flip, lack of buyers here where I originally got in. I'm not sure what just happened there, but I still like it short right now. This will be my last trade for the day. We're right in that area of confidence right now. So it's kind of like the right shoulder playing out. If it takes out the high of this right shoulder, then I'm out anyway. I'm not interested. Some weird stuff just happened a minute ago, I must say. So looking at Delta, although Delta's pretty thin. Okay, I'm out. I'm done for the day, I think now. Yeah, definitely done. Okay, so that wasn't a very good trade. It's tough, really tough right now. I was trying that reversal. Right, we're literally just tapped that point of control as well. Waited for the break of the trend, which is the break of this trend here. Pulled back, couldn't put in a new high. I went short. Some weird stuff happened there, so I got back in the same place. Probably going to sell off now. Still not able to put in a new high, which is good. We're seeing absorption here by sellers at the high as well. But you know it's time to walk away. That's 3 trades and I'm done. No, 4 because I re-entered. So I'm over trading now. And that puts me down at my max loss for the day as well, about $1,000 I think. Roughly there, yeah. But I can see it rejecting around this area. Here we go. This is a trade I wanted. I would have been at target already. How about that? Talk about get the right direction, but just get the bad entry. Again, remember I said my stops are pretty tight. Ideally, a stop at the high of the day is would be the better trade. And there you go. That's the trade I wanted. That's 40 ticks already. You can see it happening. And that's why I was really happy to jump back in again now. I didn't mind jumping back in because I'd already made my mind up on the trade. That is just a strange market, weird thing. Lack of, I don't know, something there. Lack of volume. Oh, look at this. So my trade was my observation was spot on, but my execution, my timing was a bit out. Look where it got me out. Look at that. The highest point on this push down. How frustrating is that? Can you see where it's tagged me out? Right at the high. Do I care? Not really. I'm a bit annoyed, but you know, it is what it is. I'll come back tomorrow. That's 3 losing days in a row now. I very rarely have. It might be 4 losing days in a row. I very rarely have losing days. So it's hard. It's even harder when you get the trade, you nail it, and you get stopped out, and then you watch the market sell off. Oh hum, that's how it is. Obviously, I'm going to throw my computer out the window in a minute, but I'll do that when I go off air. So that was a reaction. Remember I was talking about this, but I'm expecting to see a reaction. Oh, there you go. That was the reaction we're waiting for. At the exact place as well, right on that point of control. Let me bring my chart back down again. Here, look at that, smack bang on. I said up to 74.50, but that's that point of control we're watching, that area there. We could keep an eye out for a break and retest of orb, but I think I've exceeded my mental capacity for trading now. I've taken 4 trades. For me, that's over trading. I'm done. So but I'll see what happens. Might be set up for an orb break and retest long over opening range around 74.21. Bear in mind, I like it if it's taken out pre-market, which it has. Okay, so that's my entry. So this move's hit 4R already. Got tagged out at 10 ticks and 20 ticks. So it's hit 40 ticks. So I would have hit my 20 tick there easily. 20, 30. So I probably would have trailed out around here anyway. So because I trail the moving, the point of controls. But if it puts in a pivot and I'm not trailed out, then I'll be trailing pivots. And eventually I would have trailed out down here. So I would have trailed out at 20 ticks. So would have hit 40 and 20 ticks that move. But that's what it is. So I am probably going to be calling it a day shortly. Like I said, I've over traded. I've hit my 4 trades. I'm ignoring. I'm more than happy to re-enter trades, especially when the market does something like this. And that's why you saw me jump straight back in again. It was a quick analysis, by the way. I didn't just jump in because it's revenge. I jumped in because I realised there was no volume there, lack of volume. So it's a market quirk. It happens. Again, my idea was right. Head and shoulders pattern, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I like taking the right shoulder. That's normally what I take. Or the more conservative break and retest, 74.33 maybe. But then I'm pretty much done. And then obviously get tagged out at the highest tick of the day almost, bar 2. But definitely on that pullback. So usually that's a sign to walk away. One thing I've got better, even if my execution has been a bit challenging this week, my ability to walk away and the mental toughness side of my trading is getting much better. So that's what I encourage everyone to work on. That's the hardest bit, as Craig will probably clarify for himself. The walking away and the not taking trades and not getting so angry. You know, a few years ago I'll be swearing at the screen right now, but I got tagged out there, and then I see this and I'll be revenge trading. But no, now I just see it and think, I don't care. I'm not going to revenge trade, I'm not going to chase. You probably see me a lot of times saying I'm not chasing the market, I'm waiting for a pullback. I don't jump in. I'm annoyed that it tagged me out, but it is what it is. But I'm not looking for a revenge trade. I'd rather just walk away and enjoy the rest of my summer. You know, my wife said to me today, "God, you're looking brown." That's because I've been quitting my trading days early and then going out in the garden, taking my top off and just doing the gardening. I built a gate for my chickens yesterday. I'm slowly building up my chicken fencing and stuff. I built a gate because of my temporary gate is starting to break. And I've just been doing stuff which is good for my mind. And over the last couple of years, I've worked really hard on not just mindset, but health as well. So this summer, when things are crappy trading like this, it's a good opportunity to start working on life goals. And one of my goals was to bring my blood pressure down. I was really high. I think it's hypertension, high blood pressure a couple of years ago. It didn't help. I was running 4 computer shops. I had 8 deaths in the family. My dad died just after COVID. So it's been a tough few years. So my blood pressure is right up here. So now, as of today, I'm not on any medications. I stopped all my medications about 4 months ago. I haven't told my doctor yet. My blood pressure is at normal, which is great. My health, my weight, I lost, I think I was 110, 112 kilos about 2 years ago. I'm down at 77 kilos now. So I've lost a third of my body weight. My blood pressure's gone down with it. And obviously my health's much better. Getting rid of my shops has made a massive difference as well. I'm not stressing over the shops, computer repair shops. or staff or overheads. So I work from my home and it's great. So now that's why I can focus more time on programming, market. I will, Sonny, look at a bookmap style indicator. I was thinking about it a few minutes ago. So I will see whether I can do something. I left this one. This is the order flows plus one. I think it's like $60 a month subscription. Comes with the order flows and their own footprint charts, but it's not that great, as you can see. It does show you levels. I can see the. So I'm going to see whether I can do a bookmap style one and see how that works. I did start designing one a couple of years ago, but I kind of abandoned it. Maybe I can go back to it. Now with AI agents and stuff, I run my code now through AI agents. It looks for bugs. It makes recommendations on improvements. And it's great because I get to do all the groundwork, get the indicator up and running, then I can go in and do the actual good features and the great coding I like doing. I find it enjoyable coding now. Before it can be tedious, especially redoing the same things over and over. Are we seeing a bit of a bounce here? I know it's not a break and retest of orb, but it is bouncing off that 9 moving average. We can see lack of sellers up here, and then big selling, then selling decreased. I kind of went sideways for a bit. Buying is not too great here, and then we have some delta, negative deltas on green candles, no follow through on the downside, negative delta, positive delta, so they kind of cancel each other's out. Small negative delta here. To be fair, even a smallish, yeah, not a big fan either way. Could just be a hourly lower high as well. Remember, coming off that confidence area we talked about. And we have the trend line we talked about as well earlier as well. 74.50, it could be around there. Here we go, so it's starting to sell now. Well, I'm gonna call it a day. There's not much really to look at the moment. I can't see anything exciting on any other chart. So thank you everyone. Thank you Sonny. Thank you John. Thank you Craig. Thank you Claude as well. I think I've covered everyone who's on the chat. Thank you to everyone for watching. I will leave this screen running with the order flow on. I've got some coding to do in a minute as well. So look at this selling off. So if you have any questions, don't forget to message me or leave me a message in Discord, and I will be back tomorrow at 9 AM. I'm hoping not to have 5 red days in a row. If I do, I don't care, but I'm hoping not to have 5 in a row. Again, having 4 red days in a row used to affect my mindset. Now I just don't care. It's going to happen. You know, I've had January, February, March, April were really good months. You know, I got paid a fair bit from the prop firms. Dried up after April. May, June, I struggled a little bit. July, I struggled. It's a red month for me this month as well. So, but going back to the daily, let's see when I started struggling. Oh, look at that. April, remember I said January, February, March, April I did okay. February downtrend, uptrend, and then from about May onwards, May, June, I struggled, and here we go. That stage 3 market. And that's why it's really good to identify these areas of struggle as well. That's my struggle zone. I probably struggled down here a little bit beginning in April, and I'm pretty sure I did. But these are the days where I do really well. Up here, down here. But even on these days when I pull back or push up, but when it's inside days, loads of inside days there. Probably did okay here and here. If you've been on the streams, you've probably seen me doing okay on here as well. But here I've really struggled. This last month, here you go, July, look where we are. We'll just zone that up. July, all the way through. That's been my struggle month. Lack of volume as well. Look at that low volume. Even on high volume days, you normally get good follow through. Look at this, great volume there, low volume here. And that's how it's really good to identify your days when you, or the months or the weeks you struggle. So if you know you're struggling on low volume days, if you know you're struggling in a stage free market, inside day after inside day. You know then where to tighten up. Hence why I'm disappointed I did 4 trades today, but it is what it is. Right, I'm walking away, so I'm going to have a good rest of my afternoon. I hope everyone does. If you do trade, A+ setups only, no over trading. Craig, walk away as well. Okay, thanks for watching.